Ugh. Yippee. Okay, let me... Okay, that should be it. Okay. Okay. We're here for round 2 of drawing again. Oh. There. We're probably not gonna spend too much time or complete this. It's just keeping the ball rolling, and we want to get back into drawing because I haven't really drawn much for like a whole several months. At least comic related stuff about more like AU stuff. Yeah. And the chat is off, so you can chill and stuff. So I can focus on art and all that. So this here is like a pretty much like a direct continuation from the previous stream. Give me a second. Oh my goodness. I am previewing our stream on our tablet and the colors look so blown out. I don't know what's causing that. Deep fried. Okay. I don't know if... Huh. Anyways, this is a direct continuation of like the previous stream because this is the previous page of the one that we worked on last time. Because I feel this page is also really important. Okay, give me a second. I'm not sure if I have my settings. Boop. Okay, I think my settings are good. It's just my tablet is weird. Okay. So this page is important because, it's like the reveal that Frisk has a red light for some reason. So, oh, that's not the right layer. Oh, okay, I see the issue. So I drew the light on the, we drew the light on the background color layer, but that's below the character art. Gonna have to hear me. So how I'm selecting these colors, it's called color gamut. I don't know how to pronounce that right, but it makes it so that you can select all the like if you select a specific color, everything that is that color will also be selected, which is super useful. So like I can select that, and now it's on a separate layer. Fun thing is, speaking of layers, we actually tend to use very few layers. Like these layers here is the only ones we use for art. For the most part, like we pretty much just use like line art layer, the fill layer for the characters, the background, and then the background fill. Doing a lot of back shots of these characters, which I realize we haven't really done too much of, so we might struggle a little bit. This is another instance of it would have helped if we had the turnaround, but okay. Yeah, we're just like the previous stream, we're going to take our time. We're not really timing ourselves or making so that we're drawing pretty fast, because usually we draw pretty fast, so we don't spend too long on one thing. It's a good skill to have, but this again is more of a chill, and so we're not really timing ourselves, we're just going along with it. This feels a little awkward. Oh, I've been using the wrong brush. Okay. Oh. I'm using the wrong brush. Wrong brush size. No wonder. Okay, let me... Whoop. Let me just redo that real quick. So yeah, especially when you're making a comic, don't be afraid to make mistakes. You can always erase and try again. Yeah, it was like, we're never really precious about what we do. We just going along with it, and then okay. And then here's the lasso fill tool, which is very nice. So when using the lasso fill tool, it's pretty much just like the lasso tool for selecting, but it automatically fills. You find it really useful, if, especially when you're the kind to have, like, you don't really sketch, like you do like sketchy line art, so like the lines aren't fully closed. I find it super useful for those cases. So you don't have to block in all your lines. You can like go here and then just you can do it in like that. Okay. Oh, I should do the gradient. Okay. Oh. Okay, that's not gonna. Okay. Let's do that. Alright. Okay, that should help. Okay. Okay. I also need to fix up this side view ref because it's a little outdated. It's this hair here. Let's see. And another detail we like is, that's intentional, is how this trio is a lot more expressive with like compared to like how they would be in canon. Yeah. Because I should move Donald's wheel down. Okay. Give me a second. Wah wah wah. Boop.
Sure.
Okay. Alrighty. Puppy. Buh. Okay. So the idea here is that I don't want to make it dramatic with the light here, because I know like one would think like maybe put like a lot of emphasis on this frame, make it darker or something like that, but I want it to feel oddly normal. So it feels like it's not like dramatized. So it feels even more uncanny that it's not like overemphasized. It's just there. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think that's cleaned up enough for now. Let's see. Buh. Gosh. So, my rights from my lefts, the flower would be on this side. Okay. Good. Oh. Wow, they're really zoomed in. I just realized. I think... Let me grab the previous page. And hope I'm not opening too many image tabs. Okay. What is this page? Yeah, this one. I remember we cleaned up this left page over here. So, should move this up. And trying to estimate the sizing here. So another effect we wanted to do was so like here Chara was here, but then when you like flip onto the next page, suddenly it's Frisk that takes that spot. We like with this comic and AU, we like to play around with these characters kind of blurring together, yet still feeling distinct. It's very minor details that's like that, and again, it could be like pretty easy to miss, but it's something we like to focus on, or like put a lot of attention to. I think Kris is a little too far into the frame. Ba ba ba. So, another tip with like, I remember we talked about in the previous stream with like, trying to fit everything into your panels. Like, you have to fit your art, you have to fit your bubbles and text and all that. And it's really easy to underestimate how much space you really have. So, general tip is, don't be afraid to like make things smaller, especially if your comic is feeling like a lot of talking heads, or if you're just feeling like you lack a lot of space. Zooming out your actions and such like that can make more space. And it can also make your art more interesting because there's more to look at when things are more zoomed out. And another thing is like it's also easy to think that you have to zoom everything in, but I feel it's like a bigger eye opener when you realize how much you actually can zoom out something and still have it be understandable. The reason why we kind of are zooming it in a little bit more than we normally probably want to is because this comic is very tiny. Like you'll notice like the ratio is more squared and rectangle than a lot of comics, especially compared to traditionally made comics, like traditional published like graphic novels. It's because this entire comic is actually book bindable, personal use, free, of course, but it's made to be American letter size paper, cut in half, so it's half a letter, and then you fold that in half, and that makes the page. So it's printer paper, just regular printer paper, and you cut that in half. You cut that in half, and then you fold that, and then that's how big it is. It's so tiny. We actually bookbinded this physically. That's how we know it actually works. Again, free, just done for the fun of it. No monetization, but comparing the actual size when it's binded with actual published graphic novels, this comic is about 2/3 the size of a regular printed graphic novel. So, like, ugh. Imagine like a regular graphic novel that's like full sized, and then it has like 3 rows of panels. This thing goes up to about the second panel, so like these 2 panels here. So I'm actually working with a lot less space than your usual comic, and that's intentional. This is... So we are working with that much smaller space. And the thing is that we still can size everything to a regular graphic novel sizing, but just so it's more easier to read. Things are a little more enlarged, so like not by too much, but we pretty much sized everything from real life and all that stuff, physically from our hands and in print. Oh right, there's not going to be any print runs. That's no print runs. But just from our home printed stuff, this thing has been actually measured and feels good to actually read in your hands. So that's why the text and the bubbles feel a little more larger, and all that such. So this comic has a lot of physical aspect to it that's been put into the creation process. I need to... Sorry, my brain has been turned off while I'm drawing. I do not advise doing that when you're trying to do something for a big project. You want to think while you draw. So that's why this comic might feel a tad more different than what you might expect from a webcomic, because this entire comic is directly created to, like, be physical. It just for the fun of it. It's gonna take a little bit to fix up. And this also does mean that we try to make this comic as readable as possible on any format. So, like, even if you read it on your phone and your vertical phone, or like on a tablet or a computer, this comic should be readable in majority of, like, formats and such. That part was really important to us, though. There are a few parts that we do need to fix up, like, in the orange section, like the orange rain section, we realized that the bubbles are a little bit dark. You're gonna have to adjust that, but overall, this comic has been made to, like, be readable in like, as much as we can, with what we got. So even in, like, on Comic Fury, the website version and the Infinite Scroll version, it should be readable on all of that. Despite this being a double spread, which makes it a horizontal rectangle, like a video kind of format instead of your usual long vertical comic single page stuff. It can mess with how it sort of displays on your screen and such. But yeah, need to. Because this is the blue section, we're trying to keep it more cleaned and simple, and not too realistic feeling. We want them to feel more like sprites. And then later on in the comic, they start to appear more human and realistic, in the loosest term. So I'm just trying to keep it more shapy. But yeah, if you have, like, any questions, the chat is off, but after stream we do always turn on the comments, so you can always ask something if you wish. My paw. My paws are asleep. Puppy paw. Ooh. Okay. Okay, this pose for Chara is not. Okay. Yeah. So what we're trying to do with Chara's pose right here is that they look more I don't know how to explain it. Like, they look more normal, but it almost, like, it can even feel like almost comedic, but they have that, yeah, we're trying to give that feeling of like how do I explain it? Like, you realize something bad might happen, but you just keep like a straight face. So like almost bracing yourself. Because before this, Chara was just like smiling and being more giddy. I don't know how like, in the loosest term, not exactly. But it's like a very minor change in how, like, in their expression. So I have a feeling it's a little bit lost when I have yeah, me. I'm gonna try and copy the sketch a little bit more. Okay. Okay, it's looking a lot better. I'm a little worried that a bit of the expression has been lost, but that happens sometimes when you, especially like when you do line art on a sketch. This is more of like reforming the sketch, but yeah. Okay, yeah, this feels a little off for me. Yeah, it's something that, this is the kind of thing that does happen, like, if you find yourself realizing, like, your sketch looks better than your line art, that happens. You just have to pay more attention to how your sketch is, and sometimes you want to try to replicate the sketch more instead of just drawing over it. So that's also part of the reason why we like to put the beginning version of it, like the sketch version of it here, and then the preview of our current version here, so that we can, like, it's not just like to compare like how much it changed, it's also so like so we can see how it like actually compares to it with like quality wise, with like, so we can pretty much like copy how it actually was trying to be expressed. So like here we're trying to move it, like make it a little sideways there. Whoa. And it's also helping us to color as we go. So like, better idea of the silhouette and all that. I realize that Chara is kind of like leaning over, but this angle's a little weird. Yeah, because like with this one, they're like, pretty much like leaning over this way. while this one is more straight. I actually really like that pose, but let's see if I can. Let's see. Not sure how much I could replicate that pose because these characters, they're a lot more shape and solid. I think it's also in the eyes. I need to squish out that face. Squishy puppy. Yeah, it's the angle of the face. Because, like, this one is more lean while this is more flat. Okay, I'm gonna redo this face. That has a pretty different feeling than the sketch, but I'm gonna leave it there. I can tackle that a little later. Let's give them the floof. Fluffy puppy. Okay. These hands can also be changed. Because I want them to like hold their hands more together. Let's do that. Unfortunately, I can't like show their like arms because it's black on black. There's no lines. It's like a assumed shape. A little higher up. Sometimes we start with paws. They deserve paws. Okay, yeah. This feels a little flat. All right. I haven't been referencing this one too much. Just do that. Ba-ba. Okay. And then move the text bubble. Now that there's more space. And I don't think there was much cloud placement. The cloud placement for this comic is honestly like just more of like what the artwork calls for. It's not really consistent. It's not made to be consistent at all. It's just what feels right for the panel, honestly. That's by design. Another reason why we really like these clouds, and it's also pretty important to the look of the comic, or at least this blue part, because all these characters only have a solid fill that's set to 50% normal opacity, and these clouds here actually act as a shading. So like something like this, it makes the head, Kris's head, look more lit at the top, even though it's actually clouds. Same with like right here, it kind of looks like they have like a little shading effect there, but so it's the one way we kind of cheat having shading without actually putting shadings on the character. Because this comic actually does not have shading at all. Let's see. So like here, I don't think that's, yeah, it's a lot of balancing. We didn't really have much of an idea here. So I guess I can keep with the older idea. Oh yeah, sorry I'm drawing really zoomed out. It's just so, because this comic is going to be viewed pretty small, like pretty much this size. We like to make it so that it actually looks good, like more focused on if it looks good far away than up close. So like even though like if you zoom in on the comic, it kind of looks a little muddy. When you look at it more far away, it looks better. That's what we more focus on because of how the comic would be viewed. Okay. I want Frisk here to like lean into it more. Kind of like. Okay. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. Just gonna chill for a moment. Ah. Ba ba ba. Ba. Breaks are important. Yippee. Okay. Ooh. So my current thoughts are with this spread. It does look really nice, but I still feel a lot of that expression in the original sketch is a little lost. I still have that feeling. But I feel it's, you just gotta clean it up a little more, and then I can put more of that original feeling back in. it is at least getting a lot more clear. I do also want to work on the right page too. Let's see. It's also going to be a little, probably a little harder to clean this star up because there's a lot of detail right there and it kind of gets a little lost. So I have to make that thicker. It's good to take a moment to evaluate your art so far and not tunnel vision and steamroll the whole way through. Though Chara's expression here, even though it's a little different than this original, I still feel both accomplish a very similar thing. Let's see. Oh, you can really see it right here with what I mean by the shading. Like, right here, because Chara's in just the normal blue sky, it looks more darker, but then when their face is entirely lit, but that's just because there's a cloud right there. And that's an intentional part of design. It's really fun to play with. Let's see. Just trying to see if that change in expression matches the previous pages. I actually think the previous look matches a little bit more. Because this part is supposed to be a tiny bit more silly. And kind of just Chara looking over. Your whoopee. Okay. Back to drawing. Boop. Okay. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Okay. Because I feel a lot of that expression here is in the eyes, but I'm not sure if I can... I can do this! I can do this! Okay. Okay. I don't want to work on one thing too much. I'll do the right page, because I do really want to clean this part up. Let's see. That's, border. Okay. Okay, this is at 40. It's probably not going to be the right size. Yeah, it's big. That's a similar size. select it on the same panel or layer. Okay. Okay, I hope this works out. All right. Okay, now that looks a little far down. Let's... Okay. So, another tip is, it's actually a good idea to actually start on the background. Oh, I need to fix that. If you're stumped on doing the characters, you can do the background. Because there's like a thing where it's like either like background first or character first. Oh, this is... Put on a new layer, okay. Majority of people do backgrounds first, which of course it's because your characters are pretty much your main focus of pretty much everything. But doing at least planning out your backgrounds first, and then doing your characters, or at least near the same time, it will help, it can help them belong more in their environment, and and more like, yeah, like how to make them feel more like they belong, and so that the background doesn't clash with the characters. I feel it's a very similar way with how, like, doing the bubbles while you're doing the sketch of the artwork. It's a similar idea. Though it doesn't really show that well with this comic specifically, at least in this section, because it's just clouds. But doing some minor fix-up with the clouds actually kind of helps us a little. It helps us give a little bit more of an idea of what would feel good. Okay, I actually like this feeling. I actually didn't really notice that the clouds in the original sketch here is actually sideways like that. I actually do like this because like the other panels, they're more flat, so it feels more uniform, and then the clouds suddenly are sideways like that, which, how do I explain it? It gives like a more empowering feeling, like something important is about to happen, and like gives more power to Kris right here because it feels like you're looking up. Even though it doesn't really make sense, it's not, the comics clouds aren't consistent, and it's more based on the characters and all that. So like this, you can see this clears that up a little bit more compared to the sketch. Let's see. So like even just cleaning up the background here, you can really feel the difference compared to the original to here. It feels a lot more complete, despite it's just the background. And because I cleaned up the background here, I have a better idea of what I actually want to do with the characters here, because there's something to like reference it with and fit with. Okay. Another thing we're trying to do a little bit more of these cleaned up sketches is to fix up Kris's design, because with a lot of their sketches, they have like their mouth showing, but with the updated design, we actually have it so that their mouth is hidden. Let's see. Because you'll notice that, unlike in canon Kris, who has their eyes hidden, Kris has very clear, almost kind-looking eyes, but to contrast that, we actually have it so that their mouth is instead hidden and not their eyes. So they still have something hidden, but it's honestly a little less noticeable, but that's part of the idea for this design. Okay, their eyes are a little big here. Okay. Wow, just doing this cleanup, it really, like, changes how the entire thing feels, because Kris's old look, despite it feeling pretty similar to how it looks currently, it's a huge difference in practice. Here, let me... Probably have to, yeah, I can't closely follow this because the proportions are a little different now. Unfortunately, my brain is very empty, so I haven't really been thinking. Here, let me now show their old, earlier design. Let me... Boop. Okay. Let me grab... Okay, I'll grab this one. So, this and... this. Okay, so, to talk a little bit, this right here was the first concept art of Kris, which is more heavily based on both the original design for Haunted Hearts, but the pre-boot, but also our Hated by Life itself design. That one PMV from 2018. But that's not that clear here, so then after that, we did this is the first full redesign of them, which I feel kind of shows through in the sketch, because when we did the sketch, we had this, and we were less, here, we were less thinking about, like, most of the time their mouth is hidden, but we don't really focus on that. It's just a little design detail. So, it's a very minor change, but, and they look, like, both designs look extremely similar. But you can see the sketch design is more based on this one on the left. How do I explain it? So with the finalized design, it's a lot more simplified. It's more shape, and it more like focuses on those strong shapes. So, like. Let me grab the color. So, like, their head is more like that, while their old design is more rounded. It's not that clear of a shape. So like we removed that there. We removed like the stray hair, which we really like that detail, but it gives them a little bit of bedhead. But we removed that so it's more easier and clear. And their little hair puff right there has been moved up, so then like this is more of like less refined. There's a lot of tiny differences, so like that, and then this is more higher up and stuff like that. It's really hard to express how different both these designs are, despite being of like the same origin. Ugh. So let me pop that back. So how I would explain the old design here, let me just pop this here just so you can look at it. It feels more, how do I put it, like a character, or, anime. It's more natural and free-flowing and, more inconsistent. That gives it that more, bleh. That more, like, I'm not sure how to explain it. I feel, how I would explain it is that it started more fantastical, and more like, it looks nice kind of deal. While with the redesign, it's a lot more refined, it's a lot more, there's a lot more clear intentions with the design. So, that's also a big reason why it feels pretty different from the original Haunted Hearts designs, because they leaned much more into, looking cool and, kind of almost fantastical kind of feeling, which this one was like a bridge to, like a bridge gap. And it's also hard to explain, but with this more shape redesign, it still feels very human. It's hard to explain, because there's a lot more intention in it, and especially with how, like, they're more posed, because, like, we intentionally designed this, like, complete... Oh, I had the BRB sign on! Hold on! Ugh. Okay, so... we intentionally designed this reference, this full reference of the trio, to have, like, their more... relaxed default posture, and of course this is similar here too, with at least with Kris here, but it still feels like they're almost like a character. I'm not sure how to explain it. Like, they're posing, like, even though it's casual, they're still posing. but here it feels like they're actually just more naturally standing there, like captured in an actually more natural state. And I feel that also contributes to how we want to, like, how we depict these characters. This angle's a little weird, but I actually like it. The angle, not the bashing the wall. It's the same with this side profile. Even though they're both, like, all three of them have, like, the same expression, they're looking the same angle, they still feel human in a way. It's something I can't really put into words. Like, there's like minor imperfections, and there's a lot more like calmness to them. So like if you look at the original reference here, it feels more character, like more, slightly more exaggerated. Like you can kind of feel like that's a character for a story. But with how we like depict the characters here with this redo, it feels more like they're drawn more as people. It's very hard to put into words. I hope it comes across. But, let's see. Oh, right. So, we didn't want the hand or the light to be present on the final panel, but we were brainstorming, I guess, like around last night, that we want like them to like grab onto their shirt. Oh, this is gonna be a little bit of a weird angle. Yeah, that's not right. I need to move my tablet in my lap. We use a non-display tablet. So it's just a pad tablet. That's why we were able to hide, like, use tab and hide all the menu elements, because we actually do everything with keyboard shortcuts, and we don't need our menu the whole time. We actually really do like using a non-display tablet. We actually never used a display tablet, unless if you count an iPad. They both have their own great use cases. Sometimes we draw better on the iPad, sometimes we draw better on the computer. Especially, it sounds a little strange that like sometimes we draw better with a non-display tablet, but it's like like when you draw with a non-display tablet, your hand is not visually in the way, and you don't have to put all of your shortcuts and all that stuff, or like your menu elements directly on your screen, because we're just using the keyboard for everything. And we don't use the express keys on our Wacom. Yeah, puppy paw. That's a paw right there. Puppy. Okay. Okay. Oh gosh, how am I gonna add the scarf? Maybe... How about... lower down... and... rotated. Puppy. Animal. Theory and Kris. Okay. Because normally we are actually not, we don't really stick too heavily to reference sheets with our own characters. But for this comic, because we want it to feel, at least in the blue section, we want it to feel more consistent. So we're trying to more heavily reference their sheets here. Ugh. Okay. They are sharp. So yeah, their design is also meant to be like a mix of Frisk and Chara, so it's their face, their head silhouette is pretty much like if it's Frisk, but more sharper in shape. But it's actually shown right here, where there's the pointy parts that's supposed to like more feel like Chara here, but then there's the round parts that meant to look like Frisk here, and it kind of like combines together to make them feel very similar to the both of them, but still feel like their own character. How about if we... We're also trying to put a lot of attention to how we draw the hands, because hands are a big part of the visuals of this comic. Okay, I think that looks a lot better now. Okay, that looks better. Yippee! Okay. I love my puppies. Doggy. Your puppy. Okay, their face. Okay, I need to put the cyan. Buh. I also really like this moment. So it's pretty much Frisk realizes that their light here for some reason is red, and that's probably a bad sign. So then they make like a joke, and then I really like this moment here because they look over to Chara. It's like, it gives like that look of like, hey, we need to talk about this later, or like, it's like, yeah, something is off, dude. Because another thing you should always remember with doing a comic is that it's different for every comic, but comic still very much is a visual medium as well as written. I probably have to redo the face. Because the proportions, but I'll figure something. This is also why we don't script our comic. So what some people do with their comics is that instead of like for some other people, before they write anything or like draw anything, they would write the entire script of their comic, or like script out their pages, and then they put the artwork in. We do not do that. We actually draw and script on the very same page, but to like note down the idea of the words, or like the dialogue we want, we do like type out like a rough draft of what we want. I'm not sure if we should have. I have to look through my Tumblr. Okay, let me grab that real quick. I want to show how we draft things on our comic, like the dialogue and stuff. Concept art, behind the scenes. I should have a picture of one. Oh, okay, this works. Well, maybe not that page, actually. That has a trigger warning. Let's see. Oh, okay, this works. Okay, so when we plan our dialogue, I wouldn't exactly call this a plan. It's more of, well, it's still a plan, but it's more of, like, oh, we have an idea for what we want to be talked about. So then we write down a draft here, but we do it directly on the comic page, and the reason for that is, if you're not doing it directly on the page, it's very easy to go overboard with the words, especially because for this comic, like we said earlier, it's a very small format. So we actually cannot fit too many words on one page. So then we wrote this entire thing, and this is actually one of the wordiest pages in the comic, which we realized, like, we knew we had to cut down, and this is it. And then it was reworked into this, So we took this entire page here, and then, like, for example, like, this part, and then, like, that part and this part were separated. Like, a lot of these parts were separated. And even this part was X'd out and replaced with something. Even this part here, we actually simplified a lot. So, like, this was pretty much X'd out, a lot of cleanup and changes. So, anyways, that's also why we don't plan, we don't script separately. We do it directly on the page, and so, to get back to what we were trying to say, this also means that because we're doing it directly on the page, it means we can actually more streamline adding like oh, my brain. Character body language to replace any kind of dialogue. It's like, here is the moment. Like, we could have easily just, like, wrote this and then wrote Frisk turns to Chara with a look of, hey, we should speak of this later, or some kind. But actually drawing it on the page while you have your actual dialogue there, it gives a very different feeling. And if you're everyone makes comics differently, but, like, at least for us, we did try to make, oh yeah, we're gonna have to redo this. But if you're trying, but, like, for us, when we tried to script the comic separately in a Word document, we realized how much we focused too much on actual text and dialogue, and not, like, even though we tried to add a bunch of visual pointers, like, this character looked this way, this character looked that way, or some kind of expression. We find that it still is lacking compared to, like, actually doing visual storytelling, because it's harder to do that when you only have text. Oh god. Oh, we didn't save it. Okay, let me do that. Oh god. We're rewinding everything we're doing. Don't mind that. Okay. Ooh. Because we didn't save the old version of this, which I feel we might go back on. Okay. Whew. So, when we tried to do scripting separately, it just did not work for us personally, because we wanted this comic to be more like visual storytelling. Like, a lot of things are, you can only pick up from the visuals alone with no dialogue. Like, no dialogue about it, it's just there. So, we pretty much ditched the whole idea of writing a script. and more so when we do the scripting, we would we have so in Clip Studio, you're able to preview your entire comic in a webcomic, your comic manager, so it like shows all the pages at once. I have a picture somewhere. I'll find it. Okay. This is an old image. I don't want to find a different one. This is what the comic manager looks like. You can see all of your pages, and if you click on it, it will open that file. So you can see it like right here. Instead of making a separate script, every page would have a rough draft of the text, and then and then we can already see like the estimated space on how much it would actually take up, and like if it actually would fit, and would like if the action would actually fit on the page. Because another thing is, when you script it separately, it's easy to underestimate how much your page can actually use of that script. And I know we've been we're not trying to bash using it. If it works for you, just keep using it. But it's just for us personally, it doesn't really work for us. And we haven't seen people talk about writing or scripting their comic in this way, as we majority of the time seen people say they script it separately. So this is just another thing that you can do, and just another option that you could try if it such like that. Yeah, their face looks a little off. Squished. Yeah, I think it's the eye. But, yeah, I'll figure something. So yeah, this really helped us get the whole entire comic together. Yeah. Okay, I need to redo this whole face. I'll save it, actually. I'll just do a faint that. It's a little sideways. But they're still looking more to the side. It's like their face is to the side, but their eyes is a little looking back more. I'll trace the eyes a little. Okay. Proportions. So that's also how we were able to like keep the text for this entire comic very low, because I feel, at least compared to your average comic or even like web comic, this comic is has very few words. Oh, I need to grab the charger. Okay. Let's see. This comic has very few words. Let me check the word count real quick. We actually noted that down. Oh my gosh. So the entirety of GBR, Great Brilliant Radiance, this entire comic was only 3K words. 3,000 words. That's less than majority of fan fiction. That is so few words. Oh my god. So the entirety of GBR is only 3,000 words, and how we were able to manage that was because we were planning directly on the pages. Because I feel if we had to do the dialogue completely without the images, it just would not work for us. Okay, let's... I think this is... yeah, I think that'll work. Every comic has their own thing that they want to do. Because I know there's other comics out there that are more word-based. And that's just another thing that a comic can do. They can be more like a novel, they can be more like pictures, or you can mix them. So it's like a different scale of things. So like, because this comic more is visual and picture-based, going about it a little different than what you might expect for a comic to do. Like, what majority of people tend to do is, it's good to do different, the strategies, I guess. I'll figure something out. Okay. This is very close to the original, but I actually like it. I just really like this face. But, not sure if I can... Okay, I think I'm gonna change this music real quick. Let me do a quick little Oh wow, it's almost been 2 hours. Okay, boop. Okay. What are we gonna do there? Back to Mystery Dungeon. Yippee! Okay, let me add that into description. Okay, there we go. And then, boop. So yeah, there's no shame in doing something your own way, even if, like, you don't see anyone else doing it at all, or even if, like, someone advises against it. Like, example for us, we don't really like doing scripting separately, but maybe it works wonders for you, and that's great. That's great. You should do that. Because everyone works a little different and have their own preference, and you should work with your own preference, especially if it actually gets you working or doing the thing. Because it's better to do something the way you want rather than, like, just not being able to do it at all. There's of course, like, great things with trying a different strategy that may not work for you at first, but maybe you might find it like actually works a lot better than you might think or expect. But it's just a little idea. Okay, I've been here for a little bit. Okay. Let's see how that compares. I don't get that. Okay, yeah, I really like this panel here. I'm still feeling iffy about the rest of it, but I do like this one here. Yeah, this panel right here has a better feeling compared to this panel, the older version. I have to separate these two more. Maybe fix Kris's look there, because they kind of just look flat. I actually do like this panel. Okay. Just to balance out my load, I'm gonna work on this panel. 'Cause, Kris's look here has been bothering us for a long time, because they're just unusually big in this panel. Okay. I think this would also look a lot more funnier now that their mouth is going to be hidden. So it's just... the guppy. Okay. Unfortunately, this sketch doesn't have too much to build on, so I'm gonna have to wing it. So they're looking more to the left. Yeah, they're looking more to the left. Good. And we're putting a lot more effort than what we probably normally might for every spread, because because this comic is incredibly short. It's like 178 pages, but which might sound like a lot, but in for comics, it's extremely short. So, because this thing is pretty short in the grand scheme of things, we're trying our best to make every spread be feel unique and memorable. So, like, no other page looks like this, and it also helps with keeping your workload down, because how we made this comic was we did the entire comic, but then we released it once we actually completed everything. We did not release it as we go or make a buffer. We worked on the entire comic solo and then pretty much released it all at once in a whole schedule after the entire thing was completed. That's just how we prefer to work. Oh, there's no light in this, so I have to do that. So because we did the entire comic on our own, without releasing it as we gone, it actually made our workload a lot less, because to reference this thingy again, to reference this old this old look of the comic with the old whips and all that. You can see how it's we pretty much worked on the entire thing all at once, and you can see how short each section is. Like, this is the entire orange section. It's barely a few pages or spreads, and then there's that purple section, and because we worked on everything all at once, we were able to more so see how long each part actually should be, and like measure it with itself, and pretty much we have the whole comic there. And instead of I know a lot of comics cannot do this, but it's just what we personally want to do more and like doing, because this entire comic took it was worked on for 6 months, but because we took more of like a 2-month break from working on the comic, it was more mainly 4 months that we worked on this entire comic and got it completed. sketch and stuff completed. Which is still a big feat, thing to do. Big accomplishment. Yeah. So, oh, I forgot what I was going to say. So, because of that, we were actually able to plan out the entire comic, and how we did it was we paced it pretty much page by page, because like you would go like, okay, so this scene would last 4 pages, or this scene would only last 2 pages. So that's why each spread feels memorable, because something important happens in every spread. It's a new scene or continuation in a very specific way. And that was a very intentional design. We literally, let me grab another thing. Oh gosh. Good. Should be further. Aha! It's right here. We actually made a spreadsheet. So this is the entire spreadsheet. This is another way you can plan a comic. Spreadsheets. You can have every cell be a theoretical page, and this was like a big way we actually planned out our comic. Even though it wasn't fully filled, it gave us a very good idea on what the comic would look like, because it's in a checkerboard pattern, because this entire comic is a double spread, and because of that, it's important to know, like, oh, would say page 24, will it be on the left or right side? Because that will be important to how you plan it. So each same shade is its own spread. So we even marked out which one is a chapter page, because that's a blank spot. So how we planned it was, let's see. Yeah, so like scene, that's a scene, that's a scene, that's a scene, and it, like, you can see how it lasts 4 pages. This lasts 4 pages. That, but they kind of melt together. This goes from here to here. So it's a very specific noting of page count, and we made it so that we have to fit it in that amount of time. And even though it's like, why would you be that strict? It's so we can keep the page count down, as well as like, if you actually pick up a physical like comic or graphic novel, whether it's like a manga or a graphic novel, or even just a regular comic, you can actually, with many and majority of them, you can actually time out. Like if you look at it and you look at the scenes, if you count out the amount of pages, you'll notice that a lot of them would land on very specific page counts. Like with like a graphic novel, like I remember like the Warrior Cats graphic novel and Wings, like at least the Darkstalker Wings of Fire graphic novel, we actually count out a lot of the pages, and a lot of them landed on like 4 pages per scene, or like just the double spread per scene, like the 2 pages that you're on. It's why a lot of especially like physical comics, they feel often feel more breakneck than, like, say, their written counterparts. It's because they're doing it in a lot less time, and another reason is so that it actually fits in a page limit, because like with graphic novels, I've noticed that, like, they tend to have a limit of like 200 or 300 pages per book. It's a very hard limit, or like in comic issues, it's even more strict, like, say, like 20 pages per issue. So because of that, you want to more specifically divvy out, like, okay, this amount of pages for this scene, this amount of pages for that scene, and going no more, no less. And that means you probably have to scrap a lot of things and all that such. And that's how, like, able to fit a lot of things. And the great thing with making a webcomic is that you don't have to follow this at all. You can just make 1,000,000 pages, you can make 1,000 pages, and it's still your comic. Wow, they look like a mage here. That looks sick. Discount Rousey? But, the reason why we decided on going more for a traditional feeling comic with very specific page counts, very limited time, it's of course because, as we said earlier, this is supposed to be fully bookbindable for personal use. So it has to reach a very specific page count, and that page count was let me look. A very specific page count. Oh, you know what? Let me just grab the physical thing. I don't feel like. Oh, my clothes are asleep. This book. This thing. Okay, I wrote it in here. So this is like, so in total, this thing is 192 pages, which counts every single page, not just, because, with the page count, we say with like 178, that's the comic pages. The actual page count for binding, that's like every single page. So this entire, like, the binded version has 192, so it's pretty much like 200 pages. But it's a very specific number. It has to be 192 because of how it's how bookbinding works. Oh my god. Oh, this is just okay. So when you look at often when you look at a book, you might notice how, especially with like a chapter book, prose book, there's a lot of empty pages at the end. Of course, that's also to protect the text block, but it's also because, well, even though they do a lot of printed books, they tend to actually be single sheets instead of folded sections. But when you make a folded section book, so like it has to be a very specific number because of how much signatures, which is the folded bunches of papers, it has to be a very specific count. So like, for example, this comic, it uses, if I remember, it's 8, yeah, it's 8 leaves per section, so that's 8 pieces of paper folded per the sections, and there's 6 sections. So it's a very specific page count, and it has to fit in that. And that's why a lot of comics tend to, well, including books, like regular books and comics, they tend to have that very specific page number because of how books are binded. So not only did we want it to actually feel it's planned in a way that's very traditional, with its like traditionally published books that are physical. Not only that, it's also having to fit into the limits of an actual physical comic. Specifically more like a graphic novel that's, you know, longer format, and a single book. And not like multiple books. This is a single thingy. So it has to fit in all of those limits. So because of that, it worked better for us for doing, I had to, doing it all at once, solo, and not releasing it until we actually completed all the page sketches. Of course, not everyone can do that, or want to do that, but that's just what we wanted to do for our own comic, which I know is not a very popular choice. I feel at most what people would do is doing a whole chapter and then releasing it, and then taking a break and doing the next chapter and such, or more commonly doing a buffer instead, so like working like maybe 10 pages ahead and then releasing the older pages on schedules. But this one is like the entire we never did the backsides. We never did the backside references. Okay, I guess I have to make it up. I'm gonna make their face a little flatter so it's more comedic. Their face more squished. So yeah, this comic is very specific, and why it reads pretty differently than your usual webcomic, because it's pretty much made from the ground up to be pretty different than what you might expect. For webcomics, you're able to do as many pages as you wish, because there's no limit. You can literally have any size, any count. You can take 1,000 pages to tell your story, and that's okay. But when you're doing that for, say, more of a physical comic, that's less doable. Not to say you can, but there's a lot more into it. So this entire comic is how do I say it? A lot of risk. I forgot the word, but like big. But I also feel that's what makes this comic feel really special, and benefits what the story is trying to tell. Because I know a lot of people do webcomics because they can take as long as they need. They can do as many pages as they want, and that's a great thing. But for this comic, we actually wanted to like feel very limited. It's supposed to feel like almost cut short or short on time. So it more focuses on the visual storytelling and paying attention, because there's a lot of tiny details that you may miss, or like things that like it's actually more up into like interpretation, I guess. I'm not sure how to word it. Like coming to your own conclusion. And that's also another reason why reading this comic, it feels like you can actually read it in your hands, because you can. It's formatted all correctly. Let's see. Okay. Okay, that looks a lot better now. But now that I have the physical test bind with me, it's like you can flip to a page and then I can immediately recognize like, oh, it's this part, it's that part. Because I actually feel this kind of comic, it's something you can actually like almost memorize completely, because each part is very specific and unique, with its like own visual identity. So like no other page really looks like this. And that's just what we wanted to do. Alright. Well, let's see. I feel we can make this text a tad tinier. Oh, I just realized, we committed a great sin upon comics. We used Time New Romans. We used a serif font. Oh, okay. Let me keep that. Yeah, I know, we hyped this up to be like, oh, it's a fun physical comic. It can be, commits the most atrocious, but, we did intentionally make Frisk's, well, all of them, actually, I guess, well, except Chara. Yeah, except Chara. So, like, Seraph and Sans Seraph, that little bits of, like, that little line there, like, more like a book font compared to a more cleaner font that doesn't have those little bits, like, say, this font here, which is Chara's font, which is Cascadia code, which is a code font. This was an intentional choice. Whether it's good or not, it's up to you. But, let me clean this. So, the reason why a lot of people say do not use serif font, which is like these sort of fonts that have like little lines and bits at the end of them, is because when like printing and like the text is small, it can be a little hard to read, or like in a web format. Serif fonts tend to be harder to read because of like pixels and all that. Like when it's digitized, it kind of becomes a little muddy. But let me. But the thing is that I feel it's more depends on how you actually edit and use the font, because a lot of people, of course, do encourage to use sans serif fonts. So it's like your usual comic fonts or ones that don't have the decorative line bits and stuff, because they tend to be a lot more clear and more easier to read online, on like a screen. But it's good to let me, how do I word this? It more depends on how you, like, if you actually know what you're doing with how you format the actual font. Here, let me scoot that. So, like, we actually put a lot of effort into trying to make these fonts as readable as possible with this specific comic. We did a lot of tests. We printed it. We read it online. We read it on all of our devices, on our phone, on our tablet, on a computer. Of course, it's not going to work for everyone, but we made it so that it's as readable as we could make it from afar away, with plus the text bubble, like the bubbles, how the bubbles are made, how the text is done, because this thing actually, oh, I can't, me. Okay, I have to screenshot this because of how OBS works. So we actually slightly edited a font. So this is just we actually made it so that the character spacing is slightly more. And this was very important, as well as this is just to the canvas, but it's also pretty big too. It's consistently either 8 or 9 point, which I feel it's pretty inconsistent because this is on Clip Studio. I'm not sure if it's exactly what the actual point font is. but it uses, the text is actually slightly more spaced than your average Times New Roman, because, okay, because, how do I show this off? Because if we made this 0 spacing, and then we put, this, here. So, like, it looks really similar, but, that 0.5 difference of the text spacing does a lot. This, in my opinion, is really hard to read, without the spacing. But I still know that the Frisk's font is still not the best, and it's pretty thin, unfortunately, but it's just a little thing that we're willing to take. And I'm pretty sure including with, yeah, even with like Kris's font here, which I feel it's a little more readable than Times New Roman on digital, it still has that little bit of text spacing, so we actually adjusted the font a little bit so that it's still, yeah, I noticed that this doesn't have the text spacing. Like, see how much difference that made? So that was before, and then after that. So, to try and get to the point I'm trying to get to, when it comes to making a font readable, it's not as simple as sans serif readable and serif fonts not being readable. That's a very big oversimplification on how it is, at least in my opinion. It's more about actually testing the font and like testing it on multiple devices, testing it on print and all that. Because just because a font is a sans serif, like a clean font, like without the little bits, that doesn't mean it's fully readable. We have read many sans serif fonts that just did not work for us. Though we are pretty biased because we actually find usual comic fonts a little hard for us personally to read, because a lot of them tend to be like pretty sharp and have fully capitalized in the section like that. Though we are an outlier. Don't do something just because I said so. Do it just for you actually know what you're doing or know what you want. Because for, like, it really just, it depends. It really depends a lot. So, because I also remember that, like, we got the Wings of Fire graphic novel, like the main series one, not just Darkstalker. The font we had a very hard time reading because the font is super sharp and all capitalized, and not only that, there's a lot of like walls of text, and with all those combined, we just personally could not read it. But an interesting thing is, sorry I can't provide pictures, but an interesting thing is the Darkstalker graphic novel. It uses the same font, but because they draw. Okay, that is. Because they draw the. Why is it? It's not pixely. What is causing that? I think it. Okay, it was this. Okay. So, the Darkstalker graphic novel, it actually uses the same font as the main series graphic novels of Wings of Fire. But because they arranged the artist drew the bubbles differently. He drew it more square-like. He drew it more square-like, while in the main series it's more circular, circular, like a circle or oval. But another tip is that you oftentimes you actually want to make your bubbles more rectangle instead of like a perfect circle, so it more conforms to the shape of the sentence. You see here, it's more rectangular. So how he did the bubbles match it, and also makes it so that it takes up less space. So for example, if we go here and use an oval tool, I think it's down here. So this is not a good example. Okay, so if we did something like this, this actually, because it's easy to think it's a bubble, you should make it more of a bubble shape. Of course, some comics it can work, but generally you actually want to pay attention to how it's actually affecting the feeling of the dialogue. Because the dialogue is more rectangle, so it kind of fits in an odd way where it might be a little close to the edge, and then the top part has more space there. And this also means this entire extra area, there's a lot of extra area that the bubble is taking up. So while if it's more rectangular and conforms to the text, still having a margin, you can see how it takes up less space, while still giving room to that bubble. This makes it more easier to read, as the text takes up more of that bubble and not so much empty space. As well as with the Darkstalker, the Darkstalker graphic novel, even though it's actually it's actually adapted by the same people as the main series, which I actually found really surprising because how the text is done with like how much text is in it, it feels extremely different. But as in a Darkstalker graphic novel, it takes up, they spread out the text a lot more. There's less text per bubble. Things are more separated out. While in the main series, I've noticed it pretty much shoves a lot of text into one bubble, which makes it hard for us to read, and why we can't really read the main series version. We still just read the normal novel, the normal written novel, but we like to look at the graphic novel adaptation just to see how other people do it. But it really changes, keeping all that in mind, it can really change your experience reading your comic. How much text you put in your bubble, the actual font, how you draw the bubble. There's a lot of tiny things that's easy to overlook, and can, of course, be pretty overwhelming, but I do, of course, recommend, if you are making your own comic, at least for the first time, and you're not that into or knowledgeable of how fonts are, we still recommend using your usual, like, comic book font, or using another sans serif font that matches what your comic feels like. Because it's a lot more harder to get a serif font to work. I've been using the wrong brush. Okay, wrong brush size. Ugh. I guess it's fine. But, so, like, even if, like, I put a lot of focus on this because the majority of what you're engaging with a comic is the text. And so the text of your comic will actually give a lot of identity to your story because that's what you're engaging with. Of course, another thing you can do is write, use your handwriting as a font, which, of course is doable. You just have to make a clean handwriting. But it's also why we recommend probably experimenting around a little bit, because sometimes using a usual, typical comic font may not work for your comic. If your comic feels more like your typical comic, it might work. It likely will work. But if your comic has that different feel to it, you might want to use something else. It's graphic design. But yeah. Yeah, the fonts for these characters are very specifically chosen, despite them not following the usual rules of comic making. Though it's good to remember that there is no rules to comics. You just can do whatever you wish. You just have to know how that actually affects your comic. And, like, things that you might have to do to accommodate for, like, something. It's like with this, we pay a lot of attention to, like, how much space. Another thing that also we do to help make our comic a little more readable is, this was inspired by how the Warrior Cats graphic novel did it. They actually use a lot of bolding the words. So with our comic, we actually do a lot of bolding too, which can be easy to like miss or overlook, but it helps make it a little more readable. Because like there's a light little emphasis, like the yes here, the don't light, and this bubble that says it's the wrong color, and then this whole bubble that says sorry we spooked you. I can assure you this comic would read really differently if we didn't put the bolding words. You of course want to be careful with bolding entire text bubbles, but having those bits of words that are like practically highlighted with how you did the bolds, it can help the readers along with how you're supposed to read it and like focus on, especially because not everyone does this, but I feel like when you're reading a comic, you're not often staring at a page. You're pretty much like reading it pretty fast because you want to keep up with a pace that feels like a natural speed, like an animation speed. So having your bubbles be clear and having like quick, easy to read, and simple to follow. Of course, you can break that rule sometimes when you know what you're doing. It will help make the experience a lot nicer. So you can see, like, with how we updated our comic, even cleaning up the bits of the bubbles and like giving it a tad more space when it lacked that little bit of space, it makes it more readable than it used to be, despite it just being a very minor change. But of course, this is just... Of course I am biased. I did write this comic. So you might have a different opinion or feel the comic is actually not readable. But, it will happen. But it was also thanks to a friend's help. It's also good to, get, like, input from someone else or such. To get input on how things read. Because I remember we had a lot of troubles figuring out a dialogue style of like the bubbles and how the text looks. Because when it first started out, it was really hard to read because we had to get the text bubble colors right. We had to get the text, the actual font and text looking good. It took a lot of tries, but oh, this is the same. Okay. But we got there. There's so many specific things and skills in making a comic that's, in my opinion, it's more optional, but it really, when you pay attention to it and try to like put more care into it, it really shows that change and that that effort and all that such. But it's good to remember that even if you put a lot of effort into something, effort does not mean a good result. You can put very little effort into something and it still appears great. You can put a lot of time into something and it still might not appear that good. You want to think more about just how it actually feels and looks. Do a lot of tests. Maybe sometimes take breaks and look at it with clear eyes later, stuff like that. Gua. Because this also happened with our own comic, because we said yesterday how last night, we reread our entire comic after not looking at it or reading it for pretty much like a whole several months, I think. And that really like made us like see like, oh, okay, I need to fix this part, or this part is actually not as readable as we thought, because especially with the orange section, we actually realized, actually I think it was the pink and purple section, actually. Yeah, I think it was actually it's the pink and purple section. I got the color wrong, but I was still thinking about the same thing. This section, we realized while rereading it after a while, the pink and yellow for their bubbles, for Frisk and Kris's bubbles in this section is actually, in my opinion, a little too dark. Because we actually had a little bit of troubles reading it because the shade is a tad dark. Which it will be an easy fix, but that's like another thing you want to think about. Oh yeah, colored bubbles. When you're making a comic, there's of course an option to make colored bubbles, but you do want to be a little careful with that, because it's easy to make it hard to read, because like say the color is clashing or the text being too close to the bubble color and such like that. You want to do a lot of tests and like think about exactly what specifically how it's going to be, how it feels and engage with stuff like that. A fun thing that is let me I need to grab a picture. There's also a lot of fun ways you can style a text bubbles. I'll show you one from okay. So this one is from 2023. It's an older version of a comic that we plan on possibly remaking, and this is not posted. We want to remake it because the formatting is a little off, and pacing, change up the pacing, but this is another thing you can do with doing like colored bubbles. You can be a little more, you can have fun with it and do special things. So, for example, in this comic, it's all monochrome world except they're colored, like they have a specific color, which is their eyes and soul. And so, to make it more clear on who's talking, instead of making their bubbles the color, which I feel would break the feeling of monochrome, we instead had little dots here that's like where it connects. So like at the base of their bubble tails. So it's more subtle, but you can still tell like who's who. And not only that, we also styled the bubble so that it has that bit of 3D effect that also kind of feels like pages, like a stack of paper, and like very specific style with like a thicker tail and like that thickness to it. Not only that, we also made our own font, which we really like. It's like a mix of a feeling of serif and sans serif, but also our like a bit of our own handwriting, and also like dyslexic fonts where like specific parts are thickened and thin, so it's more solid and easier to read. So it also gives its own identity. So because of that, this is Wish You Good Night. Because of that, just from the dialogue alone and the bubbles, it gives its own identity to that comic. And this is a very specific thing we created. And we also made the paneling look pretty similar. And we took a very different approach with Great Brilliant Radiance because we wanted it to feel more your typical comic, but we still added its own identity to how we did the bubbles. Here, let me grab the good page. So when we do expressions and stuff, like it's actually in the bubble, the bubble tail itself, and that's an intentional choice because a thing that we actually did for this comic was we didn't add anything that was like visual flares, like say like for example, something like this, like sweat marks, or like a surprise like that. We only do it when it's like extremely needed and like would make it read better a little bit. But like when if it's not necessary, we don't add it, and instead we put it as the bubble. Actually, we could change this bubble to actually look like this motion. We did that so it feels more realistic with this comic, despite it, of course, feeling more like the beginning, of course, is supposed to feel more like, oh, there are characters in a story, but we wanted it from like the very start to not have that feeling exactly. It's just a choice that we made specifically for this comic. So a thing we love to do is we actually haven't made too many comics, but the thing that we really want to do is giving each of our comics its own visual identity with how the bubbles and text is done. And I feel it goes a long way with making your comic feel like its own thing. Because I feel it's a very overlooked aspect, because you would normally think like it's the visuals and the artwork that gives it its identity, but I feel what gives it a lot of identity is the actual bubbles itself, because majority of the time when you're reading, you're going bubble to bubble to bubble and just reading it through instead of looking like, of course the artwork contributes, but the bubbles, you don't overlook them. They're very important. And having your bubbles be like its own unique identity while still being readable, it makes really cool. I feel this is a little too high up. Bubble. Also, another thing is you also don't need the bubbles or the bubble tails, like these things. You don't need them to point directly at their mouth. You can actually just, you can do a lot of different things with it. You can, if you just point it in the general direction of the character, usually it'll do just fine. There's a lot of little things. I am very out of breath. Oh. I am a yapper. Let's see. Okay, I want to edit the clouds a little more. I want this part to be more straight, like more straight and uniform. I also want to do like maybe more clouds over here, just so it feels like there's more shading or more lighting. Which I don't know if it'll work, but I feel like you also need to edit the text of the bubbles and like separate them out, because I think I can chop this in half and chop this in half, possibly, because it takes up a little bit of space. Let's see. Then we add the lighting back in. How do we do this? Oh, right, we want it to be in the sky more, so try and not make it interfere too much. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna split this one. I feel there's a little bit too much up there. Not sure if this is the right choice. Oh yeah, another part of like the dialogue and bubble identity. It's very subtle, but Kris here has like perfect rectangles for their bubbles, while Frisk has hand-drawn bubbles that are oval. And Frisk's tail, bubble tails are more like thinner, like more flowy and like loops in on itself, while Kris's is more like straight. Like, but they can still like blend together and look similar. I'm not sure. But. I think I might want to separate it further. Yeah. Let's do it over here. I'm not sure. I do like it that I want it to be more longer. Okay, I think just gotta adjust the clouds. Oof. Because another great things about using the clouds is that I can actually use it as like a secret guide to like frame the bubbles and the characters and stuff without like doing too much. Okay, I need a little break. Oop. Okay. I'm gonna. Oh, it's been 3 hours. Boop. Go on a little break. Wow, wow. Soda. Soda. Yippee. Alright. 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 Okay. I'm gonna just sit here for a moment. Ooh. This is a marathon. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, fixing the clouds really help. Kris. Okay, let's. I can make them a tad tinier. More. Ugh. Alright, and we also said to separate these two. Or maybe it's the silhouette. Maybe. Yeah. Whoa. Oh. My sign. My sign. Look. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Okay, hopefully that's enough. Okay. Back. Okay. I think that's a little too far up here. Let's move it here. Because like right here, I'm looking at the tiny preview. Let's see. Probably move tad down. Because we're trying to think of the reading flow. I need to move this up and make it more thicker so it's not confused with Frisk. Good. This thicker. So it kind of feels like they're strongly saying it. And I do like that now here, it kind of feels like their little bubble tails kind of replicate each other, but like in a slightly different way. It's like when you're talking to someone and like you kind of copy their, like, the rhythm of how they talk, or just the way they talk, just like copy a little bit. It's silly moment. Papa. So yeah, I can see how like we put a lot of expression and not how the bubble itself is drawn, but instead in the tails. Just so that it keeps the text readable, but still gives like a sort of emotion. Okay, I think that feels a lot better. I really do like the original where it's like Kris is more clearly like a little hunched over, like wait, what? Like a huh? Or something like that. But but we did want to change it a little bit, because let's see. Okay, just don't mind me right now. I'm just reading this over. Let's try to see if it reads well. Yeah, I think I should make Kris a tad tinier on the top. Yeah, let's see. But I still want them a little more to the side. But I feel this right page reads really well. Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah, this feels a lot better. So I think with this panel up here, I should make Kris more stand up straight, and then like a slight like surprise, and then hunch over a tad bit more in this panel, just so it doesn't feel like a copy and paste. Like, you can do that, but I don't want to. So Boo boo boo. Not sure if I should keep it. Huh. I'm not sure if you can see it, but that's weird. I'm not sure if that's an optical illusion, but we did a specific kind of transformation, which is called like nearest color. Yeah, like high accuracy average color. And it kind of has like this. It looks like it has like a little bit of posterization effect at the edges. It makes it kind of. It looks like it kind of glows a little at the edge. I'm not sure if it shows through, but that's interesting. Yeah, let's keep the eyebrows. This is coming along really well. Ugh. Paul. You puppy paw. Okay. Okay, I made a lot of progress. I have not been looking at this up here, so let me get rid of this so you can see this better. Okay, I took another quick break. Boop. Oh my gosh. Back to drawing. Okay. Boop. So I feel this part is actually a little too thick. I think it kind of interferes with how you want to read it. Because it kind of looks like a big blob. So if we define it a little more with it moved a little. Should read a little better. And I think there's a little too much over here. Okay, I think that's better. And then I have to, well, I have to move Frisk a little more. Yeah, I think that reads a tad better. Drew that profile a little different, but oh, that's why we did that. So if we do the 3 spike and then the 2 spike here, it kind of looks like a big puff and doesn't look right. So that's, I guess that's why we put their top of the head spikes down when they're sideways or looking sideways, so that it doesn't look like their hair is just kind of puffed out, I guess. Oh, this angle's a little weird. I think. Up there further. I think that's a little better. Further back. Ugh. Because I actually don't want their colors to overlap. Okay. Maybe I should... You could silhouette this, maybe? Because we actually don't need to put their whole face. Because I actually do like it right here where it's more of like the vague shape of Chara. It's not just a blob. I'll figure this out. Maybe something like this. I think them overlapping is a little unavoidable, but I do want it to look good. Okay, that looks good. Ooh. Okay. All right. Okay, slowly starting to feel more actually like a completed version of the sketch, and not like completed but lesser, like losing that original feeling. I should add the maybe I could keep it fully cream so it gives a more brighter feel. Okay, I like that. dedicating a lot of space to just previewing. Let's see. I love their little paw. Kris's paw. Look at your little paw. It's literally a puppy paw. Dog. Doggy. Okay. So press dialogue here should be moved to the right a little bit. Not sure how much. Oh, I forgot to put Chara's little magenta eyes. Puppy. So our with this pose right here, Chara is supposed to be like almost like laugh smiling, but trying to cover it up with their hand. That's gonna be a little hard. Okay, and your horn. That's a deer. Okay. Oh yeah. From the out of the trio, we feel the Frisk is the hardest to draw because it's pretty hard to get the thorn crown looking right, and it's also pretty hard to do like thin eyes. You're like it's like these cat line eyes because the cyan is pretty easy to get lost in the green, and it's also kind of hard to include the cyan because it's such like it can be a pretty thin line, as well as like it's a little harder to keep their poofy hair a little let's see, how do I word shape, a good shape. It's hard to get the shape to look right, and but when we do get it right, it does look really good. But it's a little harder to keep like a consistent proportion, because it's not like more. Because often the angular lines is easier to keep consistent, while curves is harder to do more consistent, which is also why Kris sometimes looks a little off. Sometimes, but wow. But we do find the trio to be really fun to draw. We actually went through a lot of iterations for Frisk's Thorn Crown. Because, like, doing thorns is actually pretty hard to do, like, a bunch, yet keep consistent and keep more simple and clear. We still have a lot of troubles doing it. But what we're going with is like X shapes, so that keeps it more simple, and importantly there's like a diamond right there, which is like supposed to reference the save light, and also just this gives like a more of a, makes it more easier to keep consistent, but that doesn't mean it's easy to do. It's a lot. Yeah. But we're getting it down. It looks nice now. Okay. Yeah, their body got a little squished in the sketch. Yippee. Okay. Oh yeah, with Chara's sleeves. So this Chara, they actually have short sleeves. I don't think it okay, it does show. So if you notice here, we actually oops. We connected their short sleeves with the top of their stripes, so it kind of looks like one big block. This is actually really fun to do, and again, gives that sprite feeling to it. That little, like, because a lot of times sprites do, like, kind of meld shapes together, but sometimes we do show that little sleeve line inside the body. So, sometimes going back and forth with that, just whatever works in the moment. And like you can see here, we're trying to do a connected triangle sleeve, so it has that effect. So like while we're drawing, at least while we're like cleaning up the more cleaner stuff, we like to think of it as like, oh, we're drawing a pixel art, just with more regular brushes. It's kind of hard to explain the idea, but it's like when you're doing pixel art, things have to be more clear, and some things you have to kind of blend together, or just kind of left to interpretation. And it helps that we're doing like a erasing and like sculpting style, because it matches the feel. Okay, they're not sharp enough. Boopy. Okay, have to do the horn. you. I don't think I've fixed this face up much, so... Yippee. And when we're doing like the coloring in, we don't want to make it absolutely perfect. We do like it to be a little rough, but we do want at least this section to be mostly clean, but just leaving in a bit of that roughness. Oh, the eepies are kicking in. The eeper. Haven't fixed their head up much. Okay. Why we made the crown so hard to do? I'm not sure how we could make it any nicer or simpler, but it works. Okay. It was better in the old version. Here, let me grab the... Frisk's previous version. Let me... So, arguably, Frisk's original version was actually a little easier to draw. Actually, no, a lot easier to draw. Let me just... Whoop. It's like you would think the new version would be easier to draw because it's a lot more simple shape, but the reason why the old one was easier to draw is because it did not have this consistent shape. We could have more fun with the shape, like with the crown, it's just a big swirl. We can draw their hair as poofy, and the wings too were a lot easier to draw. And the leaves too, we actually had to change that. Like, even though it's like barely much of a difference, like changing it so that they went from more like we can do however we want to it has to be this consistent, very specific shape, the count of hair, the very thin wings, the like it actually made it a lot harder to do because it relies more on that consistency and that you have to get that shape right. While with this one, you can just kind of do however you want, honestly. You can even see that with like their side profile. They're a lot more fluffy, a lot more like different counts of hair puffs, and the thorn crown just being more however you want. But with this one, even though they look more simple, it's actually harder to do. I love both of these designs, and they're deceptively very similar, but they're not. Oh. I think this is like Frisk is the one that actually gotten harder to draw compared to their first design idea, because it's harder to make circular shapes and curves more consistent than like squares or sharp angles. At least for us. We do like doing like circular and curls and all that. It's just like the consistency and getting all that angle stuff right. It's similar idea to like animation. So often, like when you do animate, the thing is that like you might notice like when you animate, sometimes like after a long time a shape might become more angular. That's just because hands lines. Yeah. So it kind of happens the same way with comics too, because you're drawing them a lot. Okay, I think that looks good. Have to probably move. So that's also why, like, if you're going to do very like shape stuff, you actually want to do like specific mark points on like how it's gonna be shaped. Like, at least for Frisk in this angle, it's the little poof is downwards in that specific angle. And that's how you make it consistent. Like, see right here, it's that similar angle and similar placement. Gosh. Then okay. The puppy. I actually like that this panel is a little more rougher. It gives that like shook feeling. But another hard part with this design is that it's not like a flat puff. It's slightly to the side. So it's so specific. And this is a little too far out. Ugh. Alright. Actually, I think that's better. Yippee! Wait, it has to be lower down. Okay, that looks a lot better. Okay, that should do. And then I have to... yeah, it's about shoulder height. I think that's fine. Yeah, and then I have to fix. Of course, I don't have to make it 100% consistent. We always break our reference and stuff when it's, like, when it calls for it, or if it just looks better when we don't follow it perfectly, but we just really want to keep it more consistent in this section, while in the rest of the sections it will break it more. So we have a purpose with that. Okay. Okay. I also have to redo this this side profile reference because it's actually outdated. Like you can see, like Chara's horn is the older version, and Frisk has the wrong puff hair count. So we can't exactly reference this. We actually have to reference this. Okay, I'm gonna take another break. Oh my gosh, it's been 4 hours. Almost 4 hours and 30 minutes. Ugh. Okay, boop. Okay, I'm gonna chill here for a moment. Ugh. You know, making pages without a time limit is great. Feels great. Yeah, we don't really need to worry about time limits anymore, honestly, because the comic is done. It's just cleanup, if we want to. And it's fun to just sit back, relax, and just clean up a page, because it's fun. That's all. Because we normally would not spend this long on like a single spread, but we can do whatever, and you can do whatever. Yippee! Ugh. Back to the grind. Back to the grind. Back to the pear shaker. Okay. Boop. Okay. All right. You look alright. Because I can't do this triangle shape because I want to give them like a shoulder. And I don't want to make this line consistent because the hand kind of blends in, I think. And like doing this inconsistent line here, that like kind of like little bump, it gives that feeling that there's an arm right there. I think it's... Okay. I saw something. Ba, 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 ba. Enhance the disappointment. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay. So, Kris here has like half a shading on their eye, which is supposed to look like a mix of Frisk and Chara's eyes, where how like Chara has like a rounded eye while Frisk has like a straight line most of the time, or so Kris here is like a mix of that, where it's a round eye but half the eye is shaded, so it has that half lid look. So then here is just using that half shade as a disappointment. This looks like a banana. No longer a banana. Banana. Bonaba. Okay. I actually like these tense shoulders. Because I really like Kris's design here. Because they're supposed to look more kind and approachable, but the way they hold themselves is more tight, like how they like with this reference here, they have like a balled up fist, so it's like a little bit of contrast. It's really subtle. I'm gonna use a thicker brush here. Because, like, using a thinner brush in this part kind of makes the art look a little sketchy and crummy, and that's not what we're going for. I'm glad this panel reads well still, even without showing their mouth. And this really helps with, like, their hand on their chest. And the angle of the clouds. It gives, like, a more, like, grander feeling. Like, yes, there is something that we're looking for, or going to. Puppy paw. I feel this is a little too consistent. An issue with rendering is that I don't, it's really too easy to make it too clean, and for our thingy we don't want to do that. Keep it texture. To actually make this part more thinner so that it blends with the dialogue, and then it becomes more. This is so good. Oh, I'm realizing this wasn't in the original sketch, but the scarf here is actually really good because it follows that flow of that dialogue up to the head to Kris, so it really strongly draws you into looking at Kris. And that was really good. Okay. Okay. She might want to keep this part mostly white. This cloud here, so it like blends into the paneling. I think that works. Okay, I think I probably have to stop screaming soon. Oh, yeah. I'm almost done with cleaning up this, but I really need to call it quits soon. Blech. Okay. Let me... So let's show us side by side. Okay, hopefully my sign. My sign. I really need to update this. Yeah, okay. I can always make it tinier. You can barely read it. Okay. Yeah. So... Okay, let me move this a little more. Alright. Okay, perfect. So, that is all we did today. Yay! It's not done yet. There's little bits we have to clean up, and the clouds and that such, but we did a lot of progress. It's extremely close, but not there yet. But we need the EP, but we're really happy with how it turned out. We knew this page is pretty important, and we wanted to clean this one up for a long time, but we didn't really have an idea on what we wanted to do besides the sketch. To go over the changes, so we separated the Kris's dialogue here with, like, wait, do you both have... Because this part here, it was originally one part, but we felt, cleaning it up, we felt this was a little too high up, and this took up too much space, so, like, breaking it up makes it flow a little better. along with the clouds helping guide it, and then it makes a better angle here. Like, you see, it makes like a very nice curve. Well, this is more like it's a jump, which still works, but with the cleanup, it doesn't really work that much. And then, of course, like during this, we were a little worried that like the cleanup would not have that original feeling. It's a little different with the cleanup, but I feel most of that feeling is there, is kept, thankfully. And thankfully updated that dialogue because that was a little too close together. Very minor update with the bubbles being cleaned up a little bit more. Like, you can see it with like the tails too. Let's see. Oh, and a very minor change is updating the panel borders to be white and consistent. In the sketches, a lot of them have black borders because that's just how we sketched them out, but there's supposed to be a white border, and this really helps draw it all together. Let me clean that out. Sometimes we draw over the border. Okay. Let's see. And we're really happy with Kris right here. Let's see. Because we were worried that we weren't able to capture that same idea because we want to keep their mouth hidden. But thankfully, actually, I feel it got the feeling even more better across with like something important. Yeah, this update really reads a lot better. Oh, and let's grab. And we can even pair this up with the yesterday page update. Oh, it's the other way around. So now you can actually read it back to back because these two spreads are together. So it's another reason why we wanted to do this, because we did the pages after yesterday. So it's like a good comparison. Or it's so pretty. Oh, right, and this part was actually important because we actually wanted their their little speech here to be in the page turn. So that's another important thing with like for us wanting to make it physically bindable. Doing the entire comic as a double spread makes sure that like this actually ends up as a page turn. So Yeah, I think this is a really good transition and matches really well. I know their hair here on the rightmost page does not have that their actual hair fluff there, but I actually like that because it more focuses on their expression. But yippee. I'm gonna show the side by side again. Let's do that. So then that's that. Oh yeah, and we actually intentionally made this bubble right here where they say it's the wrong color overlapping onto Chara and a lot more closer to her face, so that again, speech bubbles are your comic's camera. So then having it close to a character like that, it makes you like focus in on that. And that also makes a very fun movement here too. So like this is like a really fun one. So then like you start here because that's where the text bubble is. Okay, I need a yellow. Like you start around here because that's where the speech bubble is, and like you pretty much like start looking here, and then like you move to look at Kris, and then you move to look at here, and then like because of this movement right here specifically, it gives a feeling that like Frisk is looking to the left at Chara, but then looks back forward at Kris. Even though you don't see that action, because there's that movement in how you read that read this, you can actually almost feel that movement even though it's not visually there. It's like them turning back to Kris. And then you follow this, and because it's when you read this, you're actually focusing on the sky here. So like this entire part is in the sky, so it kind of looks like they're speaking up into the sky even though it's taking up the same space. And then it goes to it's able to transition really well because there's very little gap between here. So then you then see the yes actually, and then it follows upwards, and because of like the clouds pointing up, their scarf also following that direction, it all goes like back to Kris here. So when you read that, you more move up and then look at them. So this is really complicated actually. So generally this is the movement you're doing when you're reading this. So you start here. And then like that. And then a little camera. So then I don't think that's a good color. That's too close. Okay. So like you start here, see that separately. Then you see this panel, and then separate sky. So like, despite this not being in its own panel, it feels like its own panel because there's nothing of importance, and it's just the sky, so it feels like this is something else. And then you see this part separately with like pretty much Kris in the foreground kind of feel. So that's a lot of very specific movement and camera motion, even though there's no camera and it's just dialogue and all that. It's a lot. I'll actually keep that. I still feel this part could be a little fixed. This page, it just needs a little more cleanup because it doesn't have that strong camera to it like the next page, but it's kind of there. But to go over that movement, there's color history. Okay. So then you start here, and then you go here, and that makes it so that Kris here kind of feels like they're in the foreground, and that's what you focus on. Like that. And then because like they're in a straight line, so then the movement after that is a straight line here. But because of like the colors, it sort of like blocks out. So like Chara acts kind of like as a wall, and then there's that red there. So even though you see both of these, you more focus right here, and like Frisk's face here too, so that's kind of like what you look at, kind of. And then because this is not, there's no dialogue here, you kind of zoom out, so you kind of have that feeling of like you focus here and then you zoom out to this entire thing. I can use a different color. I should not use. So like you focus like on here, and then it like zooms out kind of feel. Because there's like no dialogue, and the whole thing takes up the whole panel. And like you kind of, I feel like with this kind of panel, because there's no dialogue, you kind of stare at it for a longer time, because you're kind of like thinking to yourself, like, because you might read this for the first time and go like, okay, what is this thing trying to point out to me? Like, why is Frisk looking like that? And then like, it might take you a moment to really notice, like, oh, it's red. So like you get that same feeling that Frisk is having, like, oh, that's wrong. And then it goes, is that, and then you focus here, and it goes like, I really love this movement here because of the dialogue and this hand movement, you really feel that movement because they're putting their hand, like, they like put their hands away behind their back and just say, I don't have a light. And because the dialogue and their hand movements follow the same path, you feel that movement. You like can almost like imagine it and feel it happening. And plus with that movement, you see Chara there. And then you don't really look at Kris right here. You're just kind of like, you kind of feel like a background element in this panel. But this might change when I clean it up. And then it like, because of how comics read, you like jump to you like jump to here. Oh, yeah. Because you jump to here, and it actually follows Frisk's head movement. I feel like I'm on like a pegboard. Just like... oh my god. Okay, let me actually... I realized I was doing it on a tiny panel. Sorry about that. So... oh my god. Okay. I need to change these colors. This is pretty complicated. But this is what we mean by like your bubbles are your camera. Like this would not be able to happen without the bubbles. I actually can show that in a moment. But yeah, like the orange here is like what you kind of like what you see. The yellow is like the movement. Here, let me... oh my gosh. And like, it's always important to like go through and see how your comic moves and reads, because the thing is that your comic can actually be read in multiple ways. Like, I can assure you that someone, like, or even you, like, may read this specific spread differently than how we constructed it here. And that's okay. That's the beauty of comics. You can read it and, like, feel it in a different way. But it's good to, like, think about the possibilities and what might be the main way or what could actually be mistaken as the reading order. And then this is what it now looks like without it. There's no like, oh, you have to read it, you must read it this way, but this is like, just us trying to explain the thought process of the movement here. So like, you gotta do a lot of, to us, comics also is like a lot of cinematography, not just the actual artwork, but like, because this actual artwork is actually pretty flat, but because of like the dialogue, the bubbles, the tails and all that, you can feel a certain movement to it. And then this is what it looks like without the dialogue boxes. We actually haven't done this yet. It feels very different. It's still understandable in my opinion, but like your eyes still follow a specific movement, but you don't the bubbles themselves act as like an assistance, like more of like a guideline. And like now with the bubbles you get more of a specific camera to it. It's really fun. Of course, it can be really complicated. I feel it's, let me grab the charger. Okay. I feel it's something that you can't, like, you can still be, like, of course, like, learn it and taught it, but I feel it's something that you really need to feel out and trial and error and hands-on kind of deal, because this kind of thing with a camera movement, it's really specific to your comic, and like what you want to do and what's happening and all that. It doesn't even need to be like action-packed. It can be as simple as just these guys talking. Then but yes, we like to think about this a lot. We think about, like, and another thing we also want to okay, so look at the line, the yellow line, with the arrows. You'll notice that there's no, like, waste of bubble placement. They all follow a very direct, specific path. And the characters too, they're placed in a very specific way that complements the bubble path, and like all the specific characters and things that you want to look at, it's in that path of the bubble what you're looking at. Because the thing is that if you have an important something that's far away from this reading path, it's easy to miss and probably not going to look at it, because when you're reading, you're automatically going from bubble to bubble. So that's why it's a camera, because you're guaranteed to be looking at it. And so using that to your advantage, you're pretty much doing like a storyboard, practically, or practically an animatic too. This is something that you cannot really do with animation, even though this has like a heart of animation. It's something, this something is very specific to the comic medium, and why I feel you shouldn't really treat comics as like secondary to animation, and why comics can have a feeling that you cannot get with an animated media or film or the such. It's pretty much like a culmination of mix of like storyboard, animation, animatic, so many things, and being its own thing at the same time. So another thing I want to say is this comic was made as a comic first and foremost, and everything about this, of course, has been made to fit that. Because there's so much. It's yeah, using the medium to what it's most using the medium to the most it can be as the medium and not trying to force it to be something else. Of course, it can be fun and can be good to like push it to be something else, but with this, it feels what a comic could be and a lot of things. And it's great. It's fun. It's like it's so deceptively simple. Like looking at this page, but it's like it's so much going on. It's so much. Deep. Okay, and again, I'll show the side by side again. Cause like even though the reading path for the sketch is pretty much the same thing as the cleanup really makes it read a lot better. Also because it's easier to see what's actually happening, but yeah, oh my god. Yep. Okay, I need to EP. Oh my gosh. Okay. Boop. Thank you for watching. Yay! You did it! You made it to the end! Yippee! Puppy! Thank you for watching! Yay! It's been 5 hours.